Good evening, friends. Welcome to our cozy world of stories and peaceful nights. I'm Siren, your storyteller for tonight, and I'm so glad you've joined me here. If you're feeling tired, or perhaps you need to unwind, let my voice guide you into a peaceful, restful sleep. Let the gentle rain outside and the warmth of this room ease your mind and help you relax. Get comfortable, close your eyes if you like, and let's drift into tonight's story together. Now, let's begin tonight's journey. Relax, breathe deeply, and let yourself be carried away into a world of dreams. Enjoy. It's a quiet morning, one of those where the light is soft, the world still adjusting to the first golden rays. You find yourself standing before a massive expanse of stone, the Great Wall of China stretching endlessly beneath the hazy sky. The cool wind brushes against your skin, carrying with it a faint scent of damp earth, the kind that promises stories of ancient days. From where you stand, the wall curves along the mountain ridges, a serpent of stone winding its way through the hills. It seems unreal, almost like a piece of the landscape itself, as though it grew out of the earth. You probably won't make it through this day without getting lost in time. That's just the way this place works. You think you know its story in ancient defense, a boundary between the civilized world and the wild, but as the sun rises higher, it starts to feel less like history and more like a living thing. The Great Wall is more than just a monument to defense. It's a symbol of persistence. And much like that first cup of tea in the morning that you can't quite explain, it settles in quietly yet profoundly, filling the air with an invitation to learn more. So perhaps grab a cozy blanket or make yourself comfortable, because this journey will wander through time, even as the wall has for centuries. Before we step deeper into this ancient story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and if you feel like it, drop a comment. Where are you listening from? What time is it on your side of the world? I'd love to know, especially as we take this journey together. Now, let's ease into tonight's journey and follow the path of the wall. The Great Wall begins not in the minds of emperors or generals, but with the needs of ordinary people. Imagine, just for a moment, that you're standing at the foot of this Great Wall. A soldier, perhaps, or just someone trying to find their way through history. The wall isn't a single, unbroken line. It's a collection of walls, stretching over thousands of miles, built and rebuilt by dynasties spanning centuries. The very first version of this wall was constructed long before the mighty Ming dynasty came to power. It began as simple earthworks and wooden fences, meant to keep out nomadic tribes and protect farmers, people much like you and me. Historians still debate whether the earliest forms of the Great Wall were truly connected or merely a series of independent fortifications. Some say it was the Qin dynasty that laid the groundwork for what we know today, while others believe the Han dynasty refined it. One thing is certain, the wall, in its many forms, was born out of necessity, built by hands that came from every corner of the empire. As you step forward, you notice the stones beneath your feet worn and weathered by centuries of wind, rain, and the passing of time. The wall has been here for longer than you can imagine, enduring like an old friend who has seen the world change, but somehow remains the same. Its purpose may have changed over time from a military defense to a symbol of national pride, but its presence remains unyielding. And yet, as solid as the wall appears, it was never truly invincible. The wall didn't stop invasions outright. Instead, it acted as a line in the sand, an ever-present reminder of the boundary between the known and the unknown. While the wall kept out many threats, it also let others slip through the cracks, reminding us of the complexities of trying to control the uncontrollable. But there's something comforting in that, isn't there? The idea that even the grandest structures, no matter how well built, have their vulnerabilities. They're just like us in that way built to endure, but with stories to tell about the cracks that form along the way. The first step along the wall feels like a walk through the pages of a history book, but instead of paper, you feel the ancient stones beneath your feet cool to the touch. Imagine the soldiers who once marched here, their armor clinking, their faces hard with the weight of responsibility. It's easy to picture them lining the battlements, eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of danger. But what was life really like for them? Between the long stretches of solitude and the harsh realities of defending an empire, how did they pass the time? Imagine sitting in one of the watchtowers, looking out over the vast expanse of the landscape, your mind wandering while you wait for the next shift to begin. The wind whispers in your ears, carrying with it the scent of pine trees and earth. It's a quiet, peaceful world, but one that is, at the same time, in constant tension. What do you think the soldiers talked about when the days were long and uneventful? Did they talk about their families back home, the ones they rarely saw? Or did they tell stories to pass the time, weaving together myths and legends about the very wall they stood upon? As you continue walking, you spot an old marker along the wall, an inscription, perhaps? Inscriptions were common, often carved into the stones by workers or soldiers, leaving behind traces of their presence for the next generation to discover. Many of these inscriptions are simple records, dates, names, sometimes even poems, reminders that these were not just bricks stacked one on top of the other, but the product of real lives. Those who worked on the wall weren't anonymous builders. They were people with stories, hopes, and dreams, just like the soldiers who stood guard. You might be wondering why this wall was built in the first place. Was it only to keep invaders out? While defense was certainly one of the key reasons for its construction, the wall also had an economic and symbolic significance. In the harsh, arid north, the wall represented something more than just a military outpost. It was a message that the people who lived south of it, the people within the Great Wall's boundaries, were protected, connected, and above all, united. Historians still argue whether the wall was as effective as it was intended to be. Some say that its symbolism and sheer size were enough to deter invaders, while others suggest it was more a statement of defiance than a truly practical defense. Either way, it's undeniable that the wall became a powerful symbol of China's imperial might. But the question remains, was it ever truly enough? Or was it just a reminder that no matter how powerful you are, sometimes you can't control everything? If you stop and listen closely, You might hear the faint sound of the wind, the same wind that swept across this land centuries ago. You might even imagine for a moment what it was like to walk this very wall during a time when the empire was at its peak. Could the soldiers have imagined that thousands of years later, people from all over the world would walk these same stones, just as you are now? That the wall, for all its initial purpose, would become a global icon, a symbol of endurance, strength, and history? It's a curious thought, isn't it? That something built for one reason defense could come to mean so much more. The Great Wall wasn't just a barrier. It was a statement about what it meant to survive, to thrive, and to protect something larger than oneself. And as you stand here now, feeling the weight of history on your shoulders, you can't help but wonder, what would the builders of the wall think if they saw you here today? Would they be proud of what their work has become? Or would they find it strange, the way we've romanticized their practical efforts into something almost mythical? But then again, that's the beauty of history, isn't it? It's always open to interpretation, always shifting and changing as time goes on. What once was practical becomes poetic. What once was a tool becomes a legend. And in that, the Great Wall is no different than any other piece of history. It endures, it evolves, and it leaves us with questions that we can only attempt to answer. The breeze has grown colder as the day stretches on, and the sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows over the wall. You pause for a moment, allowing your hand to rest lightly on one of the stones. It's cool to the touch, worn smooth by centuries of hands that have passed over it. This stone, like the others, carries the weight of history. It has weathered storms, wars, and the relentless passage of time. You can almost feel the ghosts of those who once walked here. The soldiers, the workers, the builders, all of them contributing to the same massive project. You think about the sheer scope of it, over 13,000 miles of walls, watchtowers, and fortifications. And it wasn't built in a day, or a year, or even a decade. This was a monumental effort that took generations to complete, each dynasty adding its own layer of stone to the structure. But the Great Wall wasn't just a construction project. It was a reflection of the people who built it, their struggles and their ambitions. It tells the story of an empire that sought to protect itself from the unpredictable forces beyond its borders. And yet, for all its grandeur, the wall wasn't infallible. The walls weren't always complete, and the fortifications sometimes stood empty, especially during times of peace when the threat from the north was minimal. The wall's presence, though imposing, wasn't a guarantee of safety. It was, in many ways, a symbol of the uncertainty that the people of China faced, a constant reminder that no matter how high or strong you build, the world outside will always find a way in. It's almost as if the wall itself embodies a lesson about the limits of control. While it was built to keep invaders out, it could never truly keep the world at bay. The nomadic tribes from the north, like the Mongols, learned to find ways around the wall, exploiting its weaknesses, and sometimes even using the wall itself to their advantage. It's as if the wall had a certain irony to it, a structure so large and powerful, and yet unable to stop the relentless march of time and history. Historians still debate how effective the Great Wall actually was. Some argue that it was primarily a deterrent, its mere presence discouraging invaders from even attempting to breach it. Others believe it was an impractical and costly endeavor that ultimately failed in its most important task, protecting China's borders from the nomadic tribes. It's one of those historical questions that doesn't have a clear answer, and perhaps that's what makes it so intriguing. The wall was both a symbol of China's power and a reminder of its limitations. But as you walk along the wall, you can't help but feel its presence imposing, solid, and enduring. It's not just a physical barrier, but a psychological one too. The wall represents the human desire to control the uncontrollable, to create something that will outlast us. It's a testament to our need to protect what we love, to draw a line in the sand and say, this is ours. And even though we know deep down that no wall is truly impenetrable, we still try. And perhaps in that attempt, we find meaning. You stop for a moment, letting the wind carry the sounds of the landscape to you. The quiet is almost surreal, broken only by the occasional call of a bird in the distance. The landscape around you is vast, endless hills, fields of green, and the wall winding through it like a giant serpent, its tail lost in the horizon. There's a certain peace in this moment, as though time itself has paused to let you appreciate the history that surrounds you. In the distance, you see a small village nestled in the valley below. It's a quiet, simple place far removed from the grandeur of the wall, and yet, even this small village, like the wall itself, has its own history. Its buildings, its streets, its people, they all have stories to tell. Stories that have been shaped by the forces of nature, war, and time. And though the wall seems so far removed from this peaceful scene, it's impossible to ignore the way history has shaped everything around you. The same could be said for the people who built the wall. They were not mere laborers, toiling away without thought or meaning. They were individuals, each with their own hopes, dreams, and struggles. Some were soldiers, guarding the wall with their lives. Others were farmers and artisans, contributing to the wall's construction as part of their service to the emperor. And while we may never know the full extent of their lives, we can imagine them, standing on the same stones, feeling the same wind, and wondering if their work would ever truly be enough to protect their land. As you continue walking along the wall, you start to realize something. The wall, for all its size and significance, isn't just a relic of the past. It's a living monument, a reminder of the people who built it, and a testament to the power of human determination. In a world that changes constantly, where nothing lasts forever, the wall stands as a silent witness to our efforts to leave something behind, something that will endure long after we are gone. The sun is beginning to dip behind the mountains now, casting a warm, golden light over the wall. It's as if the wall itself is glowing, bathed in the soft colors of the evening. The wind picks up slightly, carrying the smell of wildflowers and the promise of night. The shadows stretch across the stones, and you can feel the weight of the day settling around you. like the quiet hum of history itself. You pause, letting the landscape take you in. The wall seems even more majestic now, standing tall against the backdrop of the fading light. It's easy to imagine it in its prime, when it was bustling with life, when soldiers stood guard, watching for threats from the north, when messengers rushed along the battlements carrying important news, and when the wall was more than just a tourist destination. It was a living, breathing entity, a part of the empire that defined the lives of millions. But even in its current state, worn and weathered as it is, there's a certain serenity to the wall. It stands as a reminder of a time when China's borders were defined not by politics or technology, but by the natural landscape and the people who chose to defend it. In that sense, the wall has always been more than just a physical structure. It's been a symbol of strength, endurance, and the determination to protect what you love, no matter the cost. As you walk along the wall, you can't help but feel a sense of connection to those who came before you. The soldiers, the workers, the farmers, all of them who built, defended, and lived by this wall. There's a bond that stretches across time, one that links you to them. It's a bond that's unspoken, but it's there, woven into the very stones beneath your feet. You walk the same path they did, you feel the same wind in your hair, and you stand in awe of the same structure they once stood beside. It's easy to forget sometimes that history isn't just something that happens in books or museums. It's alive, it's tangible, and it's all around us, in the stones we touch, the ground we walk on, and the stories that still linger in the air. As the light fades and the stars begin to twinkle above, you can't help but feel that, in some way, the wall is still alive. It's still here, still standing, still speaking to those who are willing to listen. Historians still debate the exact reason why the wall was built, or whether it was as effective as many believe. Some argue that its true purpose was less about defense and more about the cultural unity it created within China's vast expanse. Others suggest that its most significant role was psychological, a constant reminder of the empire's might and the resilience of its people. Whatever the case may be, one thing is clear. The Great Wall of China is more than just a structure. It's a story, one that's still being told. The night has fallen, and the stars now shine brightly above the Great Wall, casting their faint glow over the ancient stones. The wind has turned chillier, and you feel the coolness of the evening creeping through your layers, as if the very air here carries the whispers of centuries. The wall stretches on, undeterred by time, enduring in a way that most of us can only dream of. As you move further along its winding path, you notice how it seems to grow more mysterious with each step, its curves and undulations hinting at the vastness it once protected. In this quiet, as you walk alone, you might wonder, what was it like for the people who lived along the wall? The soldiers certainly had a life of discipline and duty, but what about the workers, the ones who toiled to build it? Most people think of the wall as a grand monument to military strategy and power, but for those who labored to construct it, it was simply a part of their everyday life. Many of the workers were peasants pressed into service, their hands blistered by the rough stone, their lives far from glamorous. Some were even prisoners, forced to build the wall as punishment. It's fascinating to think about how the wall wasn't just a grand structure. It was also a reflection of the people who built it, their resilience, and at times their desperation. They were doing more than just constructing a physical barrier. They were contributing to the larger project of defending their homeland, ensuring their families and communities remained safe. And as you stand here now, walking along these stones, you can't help but feel connected to that collective effort. There's a certain quiet pride in knowing that you're standing in the footsteps of those who dedicated their lives to building something that would endure long after they were gone. And yet, even as you feel this sense of connection, you realize that the wall itself is not just a defense mechanism, it's also a symbol of separation. The wall was built to keep out invaders, but it also created a divide between the people of China and those outside its borders. It represented a barrier, a line in the sand, between the world inside and the one beyond. There's something oddly ironic about that, isn't there? A structure that's meant to protect a people while simultaneously keeping them isolated, creating boundaries that would last for centuries. Some historians suggest that the wall, in its earliest forms, was less a grand military structure and more of a way to control trade routes. Others argue that it was more of a psychological barrier, a way for the rulers to assert control and unity over their people. Either way, the wall's presence was undeniable, and its influence spread far beyond its physical reach. It became a symbol of Chinese identity, an emblem of the empire's might, its perseverance, and its unwillingness to let outsiders challenge its sovereignty. Even today, the Great Wall stands not just as a monument to a bygone era, but as a living testament to the enduring spirit of the Chinese people. It endures in popular culture, in stories, in the collective imagination of the world. And here, walking along its length, you begin to understand why. The wall isn't just a wall. It's a story, one that will continue to be told as long as the stones remain standing. The wind picks up again as you move further along the wall, the soft rustling of the leaves a reminder of the ancient landscape that surrounds you. The stone beneath your feet feels different now, smoother, more worn testament to the thousands of feet that have trodden these paths before. With each step, the wall seems to take on a life of its own, as if the stone itself is breathing in rhythm with the earth. You pause for a moment and gaze out over the landscape. The view from here is breathtaking, mountains rolling away in the distance, the land stretching out far and wide. From this height, it's easy to see why the Great Wall was built here. The natural barriers of the landscape, the steep cliffs and deep valleys, made it the perfect vantage point for watching for invaders. You can almost hear the cries of soldiers echoing across the hills, their voices carried on the wind. They must have spent countless hours up here, looking out over the land, waiting for the first sign of danger. And yet, in the quiet of this moment, you realize something. The wall was never really about defense alone. It was about power. The wall was a statement, an assertion of control over the vast, untamed wilderness that lay beyond. It was a line drawn in the sand, a physical manifestation of the empire's authority. And in that, it was as much about the psychology of control as it was about military strategy. Historians often debate the true effectiveness of the wall. Was it truly a formidable defense, or just an impressive symbol of power? Some argue that the wall, while imposing, didn't actually prevent invasions. Nomadic tribes learned to bypass it or found ways to cross it, and still, the wall endured. Some say that it wasn't meant to be an impenetrable fortress, but a psychological barrier, a reminder of the empire's strength. After all, if you can create something so massive, so enduring, it sends a message that's hard to ignore. And maybe that's the point of the wall after all. It wasn't just about stopping invaders, it was about sending a message. A message that no matter how vast the land, no matter how rugged the terrain, the Chinese empire would stand firm. And even if the wall didn't prevent every invasion, it still managed to project an image of power that would last for centuries. As you continue walking, you pass a small section of the wall that seems particularly well preserved. The stone here is darker, smoother, almost as if it's been carefully maintained over the years. You stop to take a closer look, running your fingers along the surface. It's strange to think about the labor that went into building this structure, the sheer number of people involved in its construction. And yet, even now, thousands of years later, it stands as a testament to their hard work, their vision, and their sacrifice. There's something profoundly humbling about standing in front of a structure that has witnessed so much history, war, peace, rise, and fall, yet remains largely untouched by time. The night deepens as you continue along the wall, the sky now filled with a blanket of stars. The soft glow of the moon bathes the stone in a silver light, making the wall appear even more mysterious, as though it's hiding secrets only the night can reveal. The air has become colder, but it's the kind of chill that feels refreshing, almost invigorating. The wind howls, but it's a gentle, soothing sound like a whisper across centuries. You stop at a watchtower, looking up at its imposing silhouette against the dark sky. The watchtower, like so many others along the wall, stands as a silent sentinel, gazing out over the land. You wonder what it would have been like to stand here centuries ago, a lone guard watching for any sign of movement, any hint of danger. The isolation must have been overwhelming, yet at the same time, it was a position of immense responsibility. To stand here, to be entrusted with the safety of an entire empire, was no small task. And then you think, what would it have been like to be one of the builders of this watchtower? To carve these stones, to lay the foundations for a structure that would endure far beyond your lifetime. How did they feel knowing that their work would become a symbol of their civilization's power, a testament to their dedication and sacrifice? Did they ever imagine that centuries later, people from all over the world would come to stand on the same stones, to walk along the same paths? The quiet of the night brings a sense of calm, but it also brings a sense of reverence. The Great Wall is not just a monument to military power, it is a monument to human perseverance. Every stone, every step, every watchtower was a product of hard work, determination, and vision. And as you stand here now, under the vast expanse of the night sky, you can't help but feel the weight of that history. It's as though the wall itself has a story to tell, and you are only just beginning to hear it. Historians still debate the wall's true significance. Was it truly a defensive structure, or was it a symbol of the Chinese Empire's reach and authority? Some argue that it was meant to keep out invaders, while others believe it was designed to keep the Empire's people in check. Regardless of its purpose, one thing is clear: the wall stands as a testament to the human desire for control, for protection, and for survival. And in that desire, it reflects the timeless struggle between civilization and the untamed forces of nature. The cold air is biting now, and you pull your coat tighter around you. As you continue walking along the wall, the stones beneath your feet are firm, unyielding, and steady. As you ascend another section, the view becomes even more breathtaking. The vastness of the landscape stretches out before you, the rolling hills and valleys seeming to disappear into the horizon. The night is quiet, save for the occasional rustle of wind, and you feel a sense of calm wash over you. Here, in the stillness of the night, the Great Wall feels like a bridge between past and present, a silent reminder of what once was. But the wall, though magnificent, also tells a story of hardship. The construction of such a monumental structure was not without its cost. Workers died, exhausted from the grueling labor. Some were forced into service, while others volunteered, hoping for a better life or seeking redemption. The wall was built on the backs of thousands, their efforts often forgotten by history, their sacrifices hidden in the shadow of the wall's imposing presence. Historians still debate the human cost of the wall's construction. Some estimates suggest that hundreds of thousands of workers perished during its building, succumbing to the harsh conditions and relentless labor. Others argue that while the wall was certainly a monumental project, the number of lives lost has been exaggerated over time. What is clear, however, is that the wall, like so many great structures, was built at a great cost, not just in resources, but in human lives. The air grows even colder as you continue your journey along the Great Wall. The stones beneath your feet are rougher here, more jagged and weathered by centuries of exposure to the elements. You feel the weight of history settle in once more, as if the very ground you walk on is imbued with the lives of those who built it, protected it, and defended it. As you walk, you pass by an old watchtower, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. It seems to whisper of a time long past, a time when soldiers would climb these very steps, standing guard over the empire they fought to protect. The view from the tower is breathtaking. Below, the landscape stretches for miles, the land bathed in soft moonlight. The silence is almost overwhelming, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the distant call of a bird. From this vantage point, the wall seems to stretch endlessly, winding through the mountains and across the valleys. You can almost imagine what it must have been like, standing guard in the midst of this vast wilderness, watching for any sign of danger. But even as you admire the view, you can't help but wonder, How much of this landscape was once untamed, wild, and dangerous? Before the wall was built, China's northern frontier was a land of constant threat. Nomadic tribes roamed the open steppes, attacking villages and raiding the lands of the settled peoples. The Great Wall, in many ways, was the answer to this danger, a massive, unyielding barrier that sought to keep the chaos of the outside world at bay. And yet, for all its size and strength, the wall was not invincible. Nomadic tribes, like the Mongols, would find ways around it or through it, using their intimate knowledge of the land to bypass the wall's defenses. Historians still debate whether the wall truly succeeded in its mission, or whether it was merely a psychological deterrent, a structure that made the empire feel safer even when the actual threat remained. Was the wall effective at keeping out invaders, or did it merely serve as a symbol of the empire's power and resolve? What is certain, however, is that the Great Wall was more than just a military structure. It became a symbol of unity, of the collective effort of the people who built it. And though it may not have been invulnerable, its legacy endures to this day. It stands as a reminder of what can be achieved when a civilization unites behind a common cause, and what can be lost when that cause is tested. The moon is now high in the sky, casting an eerie glow across the wall, turning it into something almost otherworldly. The stones beneath your feet seem to shimmer in the moonlight, and the wind picks up, carrying the faint scent of pine trees and earth. The cold is no longer biting, but instead, it wraps around you like a comforting blanket, as if the wall itself is protecting you from the world outside. You pause for a moment to take it all in, the vastness of the wall, the endless horizon, and the silence that surrounds you. It's a peaceful moment, but there's something more to it. The wall, with all its grandeur and might, feels like a piece of the landscape itself. It's not just a man-made structure. It's part of the earth, part of the mountains, part of the world that it was built to protect. As you walk, you begin to notice the small details, etchings in the stone, worn smooth by centuries of hands that have passed over them. These marks, these inscriptions, are a testament to the people who built and defended the wall. Some of them are simple, just names or dates, but others are more elaborate, telling stories of those who lived and worked here. These inscriptions were not made for us, of course, but for the generations who would follow, to leave behind a trace of their existence, to ensure that their stories would not be forgotten. You stop by one such inscription and run your fingers over the faded carvings. It's impossible not to wonder about the people who left their mark here. What were their lives like? Were they soldiers, laborers, or perhaps even travelers passing through on their way to somewhere else? Each mark on the stone tells a story, a fragment of history that is now lost to time, but still present in these stones. As you continue walking, you can't help but think about how different life must have been for those who lived along the wall. The soldiers stationed here lived in isolation, cut off from the rest of the world, watching over the empire's borders day after day. The workers who built the wall, meanwhile, toiled in harsh conditions, carving the stones, building the watchtowers, and ensuring that the wall would endure for generations. They were far from home, far from their families, yet their labor helped protect the empire and secure its future. Historians still debate the human cost of the wall's construction. Some argue that it was a massive undertaking, requiring the labor of thousands of workers, while others suggest that the number of workers was exaggerated over time. What we do know is that the wall's construction was no small feat, and the people who built it, whether willingly or not, paid a price for its completion. But the wall's enduring presence is a testament to their efforts. It stands as a reminder that the people who built it, though they may be long forgotten, left behind a legacy that still resonates today. And as you stand here beneath the moonlit sky, you can't help but feel a sense of connection to them, those nameless laborers, those forgotten soldiers. Their lives may be lost to history, but their work endures. The wind is starting to die down now, and the air feels still, almost peaceful, as you make your way further along the wall. The moon is full, casting its light over the entire landscape, turning the stones beneath your feet into a silver river that stretches as far as the eye can see. The view is nothing short of breathtaking, and for a moment you forget about the world outside, lost in the beauty of the wall and the landscape it traverses. As you continue your walk, your mind drifts to the purpose of the wall, its original intent. It wasn't just about defense. It was about survival. For the people who lived in the northern reaches of China, the wall was a line of defense against invaders, yes, but it was also a way of ensuring that their way of life would continue. It was a line in the sand, a symbol of the empire's determination to survive in a world filled with uncertainty and danger. And yet, for all its power, the wall was also a reminder of the vulnerability that came with civilization. The nomadic tribes to the north may have been a threat, but they were also a reflection of the world outside the empire, a world that was wild, untamed, and often beyond the control of those who lived within the wall. The wall was built to keep the empire safe, but it was also a symbol of the divide between the ordered world inside and the chaotic one beyond. As you walk, you think about how, in many ways, the wall was both a defense and a prison. It kept out invaders, yes, but it also kept in the people who lived behind it. The empire was a vast land, but it was one that was contained, defined by its borders and its walls. The wall wasn't just a structure, it was a symbol of a civilization that sought to protect its way of life, even at the cost of freedom. Historians still debate the wall's effectiveness in keeping out invaders. Some argue that it was an impenetrable fortress, while others believe that its true value was more psychological than practical. The presence of the wall alone may have been enough to deter invaders, while others managed to breach it, using their knowledge of the land to bypass its defenses. But in the end, the wall's true significance lies not in its ability to defend the empire, but in what it represents. It is a symbol of the human desire for control, for order, and for security in a world that is often unpredictable and dangerous. And as you stand here, looking out over the landscape, you begin to understand that the wall is more than just a physical structure. It is a reflection of the people who built it, their dreams, their fears, and their unwavering belief in their ability to endure. The sky is beginning to darken now, and the stars are more visible, their soft glow adding to the peacefulness of the scene. You stop to take a deep breath, feeling the crisp air fill your lungs. There's a quiet comfort in being here, in this place that has stood for so long, a place that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the passage of time, and the unrelenting march of history. As you stand there, you can't help but think about the people who have come and gone along the wall's length, the soldiers who watched over it, the builders who constructed it, and the travelers who passed by it. They all lived in different times, under different circumstances, but they all shared one thing in common. They were part of something much larger than themselves. And as the wind picks up again, you feel a sense of calm wash over you, as though the wall itself is whispering its secrets to you. The wall, after all, has always been a symbol of endurance, of resilience in the face of adversity. It is a reminder that no matter how difficult the journey, no matter how great the obstacles, there is always a way forward. The wall may have been built to protect the empire from invaders, but it also protected the people's hopes and dreams, their desire to survive in a world that was constantly shifting and changing. Historians still debate the true meaning of the wall, its purpose, and its legacy. Some see it as a monument to China's strength, while others view it as a symbol of its isolation. But what is undeniable is that the wall endures. It stands as a testament to the resilience of those who built it, to the people who defended it, and to the empire that once relied on it for protection. And so, as the stars twinkle above and the wind whispers through the hills, you stand here, one small part of this grand, unyielding monument. You can't help but feel a sense of awe, knowing that you are standing on something that has withstood the test of time, a symbol of human perseverance and the eternal struggle to protect what we hold dear. As you walk further along the wall, the day is beginning to fade into twilight. The shadows grow longer, and the landscape, once vivid and bright, now takes on a quieter, more contemplative tone. The Great Wall, in its silent grandeur, seems to blend into the mountains, its purpose no longer as immediately apparent. The hustle and bustle of the world fade away, leaving only the whispers of the past and the soft hum of the wind. It's strange, isn't it? How something so massive, so imposing, can become so still, almost invisible over time. The wall, once a fortress, now feels like a relic, a reminder of an era long past. And yet, it still stands. Its stones worn smooth by the ages, enduring in a way that seems almost impossible. As you walk, the reality of its existence begins to sink in. The wall is a piece of history, but it's more than that. It's a testament to human determination, to the idea that we can shape the world around us, that we can build something lasting, something that will stand through time. And yet, as you continue along the wall, you can't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The wall was built to protect the people of China from invaders, to keep them safe from the dangers of the outside world. But as the world has changed, so too has the wall's purpose. It no longer serves the same function it once did, and in that, it feels somewhat disconnected from the world around it. It stands as a relic of an era when borders were drawn by stone, when people fought for survival and protection. Historians still debate the reasons for the wall's eventual decline in significance. Was it simply a product of its time? Or was the wall's true legacy not in its military success, but in its symbolic power? Some suggest that the wall was no longer needed once China had become a stronger, more unified empire, while others argue that it was a symbol of the power and strength that China had once been able to project outward. But whatever the reason for its decline, one thing is clear. The wall is still here, still standing tall, still serving as a reminder of the past. Its stones may be weathered, its purpose may have shifted, but it remains a testament to the enduring power of human will. The night has fully descended, and the stars are scattered across the sky, their twinkling light a reminder of the vastness of the universe. The Great Wall, bathed in moonlight, looks even more majestic now, its form defined against the darkness, standing as a quiet sentinel. The wind, now gentle, carries with it the scent of pine and earth, and for a moment, the world feels incredibly still. You pause again, taking a deep breath. The peacefulness of this moment contrasts sharply with the history the wall holds. The battles fought here, the soldiers who once stood at attention, the endless hours of labor that went into building this monumental structure, all of it seems so distant now. Yet the wall still holds that weight, quietly, stoically. It carries the memories of an empire that once ruled vast lands, a civilization that defined its time. It's a strange feeling, standing here, knowing that something so massive, so powerful, can be both a symbol of strength and a reminder of fragility. As you walk along the wall's length, you can feel the stones beneath your feet shifting, as if the wall itself is adjusting to the passage of time. These stones, worn down by centuries of wind and rain, have seen it all: wars, peace, rise and fall. And still they stand, reminding you that time, for all its power, doesn't always erase the things we build. Some things are meant to last. And yet, in some ways, the wall is not just a testament to what was. It's also a symbol of what could have been. The wall was meant to be a barrier, to protect China from external threats. But in doing so, it also created a divide between the empire and the world beyond, between the people who lived within its borders and the nomads who roamed outside. This divide wasn't just physical, it was cultural, political, and philosophical. The wall wasn't just a fortification, it was a statement about the people who built it, the beliefs they held, and the world they sought to control. Historians still debate whether the wall's isolationist nature was ultimately a strength or a weakness. Some argue that it helped preserve the Chinese empire, allowing it to grow and thrive for centuries. Others believe that it kept the empire in a bubble, limiting its interactions with the world and ultimately stunting its growth. The truth, as with many historical debates, is likely somewhere in between. The wall was both a defense and a divider, a protector and a symbol of separation. The sound of the wind picks up again as you near the end of your journey along the wall. You've walked for miles now, the stones beneath your feet familiar, each one telling its own story. The wall seems to stretch endlessly, its presence both comforting and daunting. And yet, as you approach the final stretch, there's a feeling of quiet satisfaction, like you've reached the end of a long journey, one that spans centuries, not just miles. As you stand there at the edge of the wall, you look out over the land before you. The view is breathtaking, and for a moment, it feels as though you're standing at the edge of the world. The rolling hills and valleys stretch out before you, the quiet beauty of the landscape undisturbed by the passing of time. It's hard to imagine that just a few centuries ago, this was a contested border, a place where soldiers stood on alert, ready to defend the empire from any threat. But now, the wall is silent, its purpose a distant memory. The people who built it, the soldiers who defended it, are long gone, leaving behind only their work. And yet, the wall remains standing tall against the horizon, a monument to their efforts, their struggles, and their triumphs. It's a reminder that no matter how much the world changes, some things endure. As you stand there, you can't help but think about the people who walked here before you. The soldiers, the workers, the emperors who once looked out over this very land. What did they think when they stood at the edge of the wall, just like you are now? Did they feel the weight of history pressing down on them? Or did they simply go about their duties, unaware of the legacy they were leaving behind? Perhaps in the end, that's the true power of the Great Wall. Not its ability to defend, not its massive scale, but its ability to endure, to remain even after all those who built it are gone. It's a reminder that the things we create, the things we build, can outlast us. And maybe, just maybe, in the enduring presence of the wall, we can find something that connects us to the past, to those who came before us. As the wind gently rustles through the tall grasses surrounding the wall, you feel a sense of stillness settle over you, as though time has slowed down, giving you a moment to truly absorb the vastness of what you just walked. The Great Wall, which once served as a fortification, now feels more like a bridge between past and present, connecting you to a world that no longer exists, but still echoes in every stone beneath your feet. The wall's physical presence has a certain permanence to it, a quiet defiance against the ravages of time. The landscape around you is breathtaking, a mixture of rugged mountains, sprawling fields, and the occasional forest. From here you can imagine how long ago soldiers and travelers must have marveled at the beauty of the land stretching out before them, while simultaneously feeling the weight of the responsibility resting on their shoulders. You think back to the early days of the wall's construction. The first sections were no more than rudimentary earthworks, a rough attempt to define the boundaries of the empire. But as the centuries passed, the wall grew higher, longer, stronger. With each new dynasty, it expanded, becoming a symbol of the empire's strength and an emblem of its desire to maintain control over its borders. At its peak, the wall stood as a testament to the imperial ambition, its length stretching across thousands of miles. Historians still debate the effectiveness of the wall as a defense mechanism. Some argue that it was a vital deterrent to invaders, while others believe it was more symbolic than strategic. One thing is certain, the wall served as a physical and psychological boundary, dividing China from the nomadic tribes to the north. And as you walk here now, you can't help but feel the contrast between the wall's imposing presence and the serenity of the landscape it once protected. Perhaps in the end, the wall was more than just a barrier. It was a statement, a visible representation of China's power and its determination to protect its people. But as the world around you shifts with time, you realize that the wall, for all its might, was not invulnerable. It was never meant to be a perfect solution to every threat. Instead, it was a reminder of how civilizations constantly adapt to survive, even in the face of uncertainty. As you continue walking along the wall, the night deepens and the stars twinkle above you, their soft light reflecting off the ancient stones. The air is now colder, but there's a soothing calmness to it, a quiet peace that seems to match the rhythm of the wall itself. It's hard not to feel a sense of reverence as you walk these ancient paths, knowing that you are following in the footsteps of those who once protected this vast empire. The landscape around you shifts slightly, rolling hills giving way to jagged peaks, and then back to smooth, undulating plains. It's as if the very land itself has been shaped by the hands that built the wall. The Great Wall, for all its grandeur, was never just a military project. It was also a massive labor of love, sacrifice, and hardship. The workers who toiled to build it were not simply constructing a wall. They were shaping the landscape, molding it to fit the needs of the empire. As you make your way along the wall, you begin to notice the small details, the way the stones are arranged, how some sections are more weathered than others, and how certain parts of the wall seem to flow more naturally with the landscape. It's a reminder that the wall wasn't simply a product of imperial decree. It was the result of countless hands, each contributing to the creation of something that would stand the test of time. You also start to realize how much of the wall was built by sheer necessity, not by grand plans. While the wall may seem like a monumental, perfectly orchestrated project, its construction was often a chaotic, piecemeal effort. Different emperors, different dynasties, and different regions of China each contributed their own touch to the wall's construction. The result is a structure that feels both unified and fragmented, like a patchwork quilt stitched together by time itself. Historians still debate the actual construction process. Was it primarily the work of soldiers, or were the majority of workers peasants pressed into service? Some suggest that it was a combination of both, with soldiers overseeing the work while peasants and prisoners did the labor. Others argue that the work was carried out by skilled craftsmen who were brought in specifically for their expertise in building. What is clear, however, is that the wall was not the work of a single generation. It was built by countless people over the course of centuries, each adding their own contribution to the greater whole. As the night deepens, the wind grows colder, and the first signs of frost begin to appear on the stone beneath your feet. You pause for a moment to take in the view just beyond the wall. The landscape is bathed in a soft, silvery light. The vast expanse of China stretches out before you, its mountains, rivers, and valleys a testament to the complexity of this ancient land. You can't help but wonder how much the landscape has changed since the wall was first constructed. The China you see today is vastly different from the one the ancient builders of the wall would have known. Back then, the land was divided by tribal factions, and the threat of invasion was ever present. The nomadic tribes to the north, from the Mongols to the Xiongnu, were a constant source of fear and tension. The Great Wall was built to separate these tribes from the more settled agricultural societies of China, creating a division between the known and the unknown. It's hard not to feel a certain sadness as you reflect on the wall's original purpose to keep people out, to divide nations, to separate the civilized from the wild. The wall was not just a defense mechanism, it was a symbol of exclusion, a boundary that separated the world into two distinct realms. And though the wall was meant to protect, it also created a sense of isolation, a feeling that the world beyond the wall was something to be feared and controlled. The irony, of course, is that the wall itself became a symbol of both protection and isolation. While it kept invaders at bay, it also kept the empire within its borders, limiting the flow of trade, ideas, and culture. The wall, for all its might, became a barrier to progress in some ways, a reminder that even the greatest of civilizations can fall victim to their own limitations. The very thing that was built to protect became a hindrance in the long run. Historians still debate the true impact of the wall on China's development. Was it a hindrance or a help? Did it protect China from invaders, or did it create an insular society that eventually weakened the empire? Some historians argue that the wall helped preserve the culture and traditions of the empire, while others suggest that it limited the empire's ability to interact with the outside world. Whatever the answer, it's clear that the wall had a profound impact on the course of Chinese history. As you make your way further along the wall, the night has settled in completely, and the stars above seem to shimmer with a quiet, steady light. The land stretches before you, a vast expanse of rolling hills and mountains that seem to go on forever. The wall, winding its way through the landscape, seems almost like a living creature, its twists and turns following the contours of the land, its purpose both clear and enigmatic. There's a certain peace to the scene, a quiet stillness that seems to transcend time. The Great Wall, once a fortress, now feels like a monument to the passage of time itself. It stands as a reminder of the effort, the vision, and the perseverance of the people who built it. It's hard to imagine what life was like here, in the shadow of the wall, when it was a symbol of power and protection. And yet, in this quiet moment, you can't help but think of the sacrifices that went into building it. The laborers who worked tirelessly, the soldiers who stood guard, the families who lived in the shadow of this massive structure. They all played a part in creating the wall, and their stories are forever woven into its stones. Historians still debate whether the Great Wall was the ultimate success it was intended to be. Some suggest that it was the single greatest defense mechanism ever devised, while others argue that it was little more than a massive waste of resources. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. The wall may not have been entirely successful in its original purpose, but it has left behind a legacy that cannot be ignored. It is a testament to human ingenuity, to the power of determination, and to the lengths we will go to in order to protect what we hold dear. The wind has quieted now, leaving only the soft rustle of the trees and the distant sounds of the world outside. You stop once more, looking back at the wall, now receding into the distance. It's an imposing structure, yes, but there's a softness to it now, a quiet elegance that wasn't there before. The wall, for all its might, has become a part of the landscape, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of time. As you stand there, you realize that the wall, in a way, is still growing. Not physically, of course, but in its place in history. It has become a symbol of resilience, of endurance, and of the complexities of empire building. The wall isn't just about military might. It's about the people who built it, the lives that were shaped by it, and the legacy it has left behind. Historians still debate the true significance of the Great Wall. Was it a symbol of strength, or a monument to isolation, a defense, or a barrier to progress? Whatever the answer, it's clear that the wall has left an indelible mark on history, and its legacy will continue to be studied, explored, and appreciated for centuries to come. The night has deepened, and the stars now shine even brighter, casting their soft light over the Great Wall as it disappears into the horizon. The stillness around you is profound. No sounds of modern life, no bustling crowds. Just the quiet hum of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the soft crunch of your footsteps on the stones. The wall, bathed in moonlight, seems timeless, as though it has always been here and will always remain, a monument to a past that, for all its grandeur, is still elusive, still shrouded in mystery. Standing here on the ancient stones, you begin to reflect on the lives of those who lived and died in the shadow of the wall. The soldiers who stood guard in the bitter cold, staring out over the wilderness, watching for threats both seen and unseen. The workers who, over generations, labored under harsh conditions to build the wall, their faces weathered by the elements, their backs bent under the weight of stones that would outlast them. It's easy to imagine their lives as monotonous, filled with hard labor, duty, and sacrifice, but there was something more to it. These people, whether soldiers or laborers, were part of something much larger than themselves. They were contributing to an idea, to a vision of protection and unity. As you continue your walk, you notice the quiet beauty of the wall itself. Its architecture, though simple in many ways, is stunning in its scale and ambition. The great expanse of the wall, with its sharp angles and sweeping curves, seems to speak to a deeper understanding of the land it traverses. The wall is not just a physical barrier. It is a conversation with the landscape, a dialogue between human ambition and the natural world. Its design follows the contours of the mountains, fitting seamlessly into the terrain as if it were always meant to be there. It's a testament to the people who built it, who understood the land in ways that we might overlook today. Historians still wonder whether the wall was more of an artistic expression than a military project. Was it built with the same care and attention as a work of art, or was it purely a function of defense? Some believe that the wall was an aesthetic choice as much as it was a strategic one, a symbol of China's grandeur, an expression of the empire's power, and a reflection of its relationship with the land. Whether it was a defense mechanism or work of art, one thing is clear: the Great Wall was built with purpose, and that purpose resonates through the ages. The night air is cold now, and you can feel the crispness biting at your skin. It's the kind of cold that wakes you up, that makes you more aware of your surroundings. The wall beneath your feet is solid, unyielding, and you feel the centuries of history pressing in around you. Each step you take along the wall feels like a journey through time, a passage from one era to the next, where the past and the present meet in this quiet, serene place. As you continue walking, you find yourself drawn to the idea of endurance. The Great Wall, though weathered and worn by the years, endures. The winds may erode the stone, the elements may wear it down, but the wall stands firm, a constant reminder that the passage of time is relentless, but so is the human spirit. The builders of the wall may be long gone, but their work remains, defying the odds, standing tall against the landscape and the forces of nature. You begin to think about the people who lived in the shadow of the wall, how they must have felt knowing that they were part of something so monumental. For the workers, the soldiers, the farmers, and the travelers, the wall wasn't just a structure. It was a way of life, a constant presence in their daily routines, shaping their worldview and their sense of safety. The Great Wall wasn't just about defense. It was about identity. It was about a civilization asserting itself against the chaos of the outside world, saying, "This is ours, and we will protect it." And yet, despite the wall's strength, it never truly kept out everything. The nomadic tribes, with their knowledge of the land, found ways to breach the wall. Sometimes they would simply bypass it, using the mountains and forests to evade its defenses. Historians still debate how successful the wall truly was in keeping invaders out. Was it enough to prevent all threats? Or was it more of a symbolic gesture, a reminder of the empire's power rather than an effective defense system? Some historians argue that the wall was never intended to be a perfect defense, but rather a way to divide and define the empire. It marked the boundary between the settled, agricultural world and the nomadic, unpredictable world of the north. The wall, in a sense, wasn't just about keeping enemies out. It was about reinforcing the identity of the people who lived within its bounds, defining the civilized from the wild. It was a boundary, both physical and cultural, that shaped the way people saw themselves and the world around them. As the moonlight fades into the pre-dawn hours, the quiet stillness of the wall seems to intensify. The air is calm now, no longer tinged with the biting cold. The stars, though still visible, begin to lose their brilliance as the first light of dawn starts to creep over the horizon. The wall, with its ancient stones, stands unmoving, as it has for centuries. watching over the land that stretches out before it. Walking here in the quiet of the early morning, it's easy to feel connected to the past. The land around you is still untouched by time, just as it would have been when the wall was first built. The only thing that has changed is the world beyond the wall, the world of modernity, of cities and technology. But here in the shadow of the wall, you can almost forget about the modern world. You can imagine what it was like to live in this place in a time when the wall was the boundary between the known and the unknown. As you make your way along the wall, you notice the intricate carvings etched into some of the stone symbols, names and dates, all reminders of the people who once walked here. The carvings are faint now, worn down by the passage of time, but they still tell a story. They speak of lives lived in the shadow of the wall, of soldiers who stood watch, of workers who built the wall stone by stone, of the travelers who passed by, leaving their marks in the stone. In many ways, the wall is a mirror of the people who built it, a reflection of their hopes, their fears, and their ambitions. The wall was not just a military structure. It was a symbol of the people's desire to protect their land, to safeguard their way of life. It was an effort to control the uncontrollable, to create boundaries that would last forever. And while those boundaries may have shifted over time, the wall itself remains standing as a testament to the resilience of the people who built it and the empire it protected. Historians still debate the effectiveness of the wall, whether it was a true defense or merely a symbol of China's power. Some argue that it was an impenetrable fortress, while others suggest that it was more psychological than practical, serving to reassure the people rather than actually prevent invasions. What is clear, however, is that the wall has left an indelible mark on history. It is a symbol not just of defense, but of the human drive to protect and preserve what we hold dear, to build something that will stand the test of time. The soft light of dawn breaks over the horizon, painting the landscape in warm golden hues. The air is crisp and cool, and as you continue along the wall, the world around you seems to come alive with the sounds of morning birds calling in the distance, the rustling of the trees, and the gentle murmur of the wind. You stop for a moment to take it all in. The vastness of the landscape, the quiet stillness of the wall, the way everything seems to be in perfect harmony. The wall, stretching out before you, is not just a physical structure. It is a reminder of the past, a symbol of human effort, determination, and perseverance. It's hard to look at the wall and not feel a sense of awe. It wasn't built overnight, nor was it a simple task. The wall was the result of countless generations of people working together, each one contributing their skills, their labor, and their vision. The wall is as much about the people who built it as it is about the empire it protected. And yet, the wall's enduring presence also serves as a reminder of the fragility of all things. The empire that built the wall is long gone, and the world has changed in ways that the builders could never have imagined. The wall remains, but it stands as a monument to a time that no longer exists, a testament to the fleeting nature of empires, of power, and of the things we build to protect ourselves. Historians still debate the legacy of the Great Wall. Some see it as a symbol of strength, of victory over the natural world and the nomadic tribes that once threatened China. Others view it as a symbol of isolation, a structure that kept the empire separated from the outside world. But in the end, the wall stands not as a reminder of division, but as a testament to human perseverance, to our desire to protect and to survive. The sky is now a soft shade of pink and orange, heralding the arrival of the day. The land around you, illuminated by the first light of the morning, seems to stretch on forever. The quiet beauty of the mountains and valleys blending seamlessly with the ancient stones of the Great Wall. There's something about this moment, this peaceful stillness that feels almost sacred, as if the wall is a living entity quietly watching over the land, its ancient gaze fixed on the horizon. You stop to take in the view, letting the cool morning air fill your lungs. It's hard to believe that this same view has been seen by so many others throughout the centuries: soldiers, travelers, emperors, and workers. The wall, for all its might and grandeur, is still here, still standing, still a part of the landscape. It's as though the wall itself is a witness to history, its stones absorbing the stories of those who walked its length. As you walk, you notice a small patch of wildflowers growing along the wall's edge. It's a beautiful contrast to the rugged stone surface, a reminder that life persists even in the most unlikely places. These small flowers, despite the harshness of their surroundings, have found a way to thrive. It's a perfect metaphor for the wall itself, something built with blood, sweat, and sacrifice, yet enduring against all odds, much like the flowers that grow here, reaching for the sun against all the forces of nature. The Great Wall of China, despite its size and stature, was always vulnerable. The wind, the rain, and the ravages of time have worn it down, and yet there it stands. It wasn't built to last forever, but it has endured far longer than anyone could have expected. It survived wars, invasions, and the passage of countless generations. In a way, it's a symbol of the resilience of humanity, our ability to endure, to adapt, and to continue even when the world around us is constantly changing. The question remains, what will become of the wall in the future? Will it stand for another 1,000 years, or will it eventually crumble into dust, like so many other monuments of the past? Historians, archaeologists, and preservationists have worked tirelessly to ensure that the wall remains a part of history, but there's no guarantee that it will survive forever. The forces of nature are relentless, and even the most imposing structures will eventually fall. But as you walk here now along this ancient path, you realize that the wall has already endured its true test. It has stood the test of time, not just as a physical structure, but as a symbol of human determination, a reminder of what we are capable of when we work together. The wall is more than just a wall, it is a legacy, a part of the very fabric of history. As the morning light grows brighter, you find yourself at the edge of the wall, looking out over the vast expanse of land before you. The landscape is so peaceful now, so tranquil, but you can almost imagine the tumult of battles fought here in the past. The soldiers who once stood guard, watching for the slightest sign of danger. The quiet of this moment feels almost surreal in comparison to the history that the wall has witnessed. You can't help but think about how the world has changed since the wall was first built. The nomadic tribes that once threatened the empire are long gone, and the borders of China have shifted, expanded, and contracted over time. The wall, once a symbol of defense, now stands as a reminder of a different time when the empire's strength was defined not by technology or modern warfare, but by the sheer will of the people who built the wall, brick by brick, stone by stone. The Great Wall, despite all its grandeur, is also a monument to the passing of time. The stones that make it up are worn down by centuries of weather, the passage of countless feet, and the inevitable effects of nature. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? To know that no matter how grand our creations are, they are ultimately subject to the forces of time. The wall, though magnificent, is not immune to this truth. It is slowly eroding, one stone at a time, and yet it continues to stand, quietly defying the inevitable. And so, as you walk here now, you can't help but think about your own place in the world. What will you leave behind? What will endure after you're gone? The Great Wall is a reminder that we are all part of something much larger than ourselves, and that the work we do, no matter how small or insignificant it may seem at the time, can have a lasting impact. Some historians argue that the true significance of the wall lies not in its defense capabilities, but in the symbolism it carries. The wall is a reminder of the human desire to build, to protect, and to leave a legacy. It's a symbol of our need to create something that will stand the test of time, something that will outlast us, something that will tell the world we were here, that we mattered. The sun is now fully risen, and the landscape before you is bathed in a warm, golden light. The Great Wall, still stretching before you, seems to glow in the morning sun, its stones illuminated by the soft light. The air feels fresh, and you can hear the faint rustle of leaves in the trees surrounding the wall. There is a sense of peace here, a stillness that contrasts sharply with the wall's history of battles, struggles, and sacrifices. As you continue walking, you begin to think about the builders of the wall, those who came before you, whose hands laid the stones you now walk upon. You wonder what it must have been like for them to spend their days carving the stone, building the wall, and watching it rise ever higher, stretching across the land like a serpent of stone. What drove them to do it? What drove the emperors to order such a massive, monumental project? Was it fear? Was it a desire for control? Or was it simply the need to create something that would last, something that would define their civilization? Historians have long debated the true reasons behind the wall's construction. Some suggest that it was built out of fear, a reaction to the constant threat from the nomadic tribes to the north. Others argue that it was a way to assert the empire's dominance, a physical manifestation of the emperor's power. But whatever the reason, one thing is clear: the wall was built with purpose. It was a statement both to the people inside the empire and to the world beyond. And as you walk along the wall, you can't help but feel a sense of awe. The Great Wall is a testament to human ambition, to the desire to create something lasting, something that will endure. And even as the world changes, as time moves on, the wall remains, standing as a reminder of what we are capable of when we work together, when we build something with purpose and vision. The landscape is vast, stretching out in all directions, and you feel a sense of smallness, as if the wall is reminding you of your place in the world. Here, at the edge of the wall, you can almost hear the voices of the past, the soldiers and workers who built this monument, the emperors who commanded its construction, the travelers who passed by it. It's as though the wall itself holds the echoes of their lives, their struggles, and their victories. As you stand at the edge of the wall, looking out over the land, you can't help but reflect on the passage of time. The Great Wall, though weathered and worn, still stands as a testament to human perseverance. It's a reminder that, despite the challenges we face, we have the ability to create something lasting, something that will stand the test of time. But it's also a reminder of the impermanence of all things. The wall, for all its grandeur, will one day crumble, just as all things do. And yet, even as it fades into history, it will continue to serve as a symbol of the people who built it, the empire that it once protected, and the human spirit that made it possible. Historians still debate the true significance of the wall. Was it a defense, a symbol of strength, or a reminder of the empire's desire to control? Whatever the answer, the wall remains, standing tall, a silent witness to the passage of time and the changing of empires. As the sun begins its descent, casting long, golden beams over the vast landscape, you pause again to take in the panoramic view. The Great Wall, now bathed in the warm light of the late afternoon, stretches ahead, winding over the mountains and valleys like a great serpent. The land is serene now, quiet and still, a stark contrast to the tumultuous history the wall witnessed in its time. The birds overhead seem to echo the peace, their calls soft in the distance, while the stones beneath your feet feel solid, as if the wall itself has become part of the very earth. You continue walking, feeling the weight of history in the air around you. The wall isn't just a physical structure, it's an experience, a walk through time. It's easy to forget that this monumental fortification was once a living, breathing part of the empire, filled with people, soldiers, workers, travelers, all contributing to the effort that would become one of the most famous landmarks in the world. As you walk in their footsteps, you can't help but think of how their lives must have been shaped by the wall. It wasn't just a physical boundary, it was a boundary that defined their world, their culture, and their way of life. But even as you walk, you realize that the wall was not just about defending the empire. It was also about protecting a way of life, preserving the identity of the people who lived within its walls. The wall became a symbol, a representation of China's strength and its determination to protect its sovereignty. It wasn't just about keeping invaders out, it was about asserting the empire's place in the world, about drawing a line in the sand and saying, this is ours. The question of whether the wall was truly effective in its original purpose still lingers, of course. Some historians argue that it was a formidable defense, a barrier that kept out the nomadic tribes to the north. Others suggest that it was more of a psychological defense, a tool to instill fear and to reinforce the empire's dominance. What's certain, however, is that the wall, regardless of its effectiveness as a defense, became a symbol of the Chinese people's resilience, their desire to protect what they have built, and their belief in their own strength. As the evening sets in, the temperature drops, and you pull your coat tighter around you, sensing that the day is drawing to a close. The wind is now colder, and the once golden light of the sun has turned into soft, muted hues. The stones of the wall, bathed in the last rays of sunlight, seem to glow with an inner warmth. You continue walking, feeling the weariness of the journey creeping into your legs. But there's a sense of satisfaction in this walk, as if the wall has become a part of you and you of it. The quiet of the evening is almost magical, and the landscape feels timeless. You stop for a moment, allowing yourself to take in the beauty of the moment. The mountains, the hills, the valleys, all stretching out before you, and the wall winding through them, a silent sentinel that has withstood centuries of change. You realize that this journey is more than just a walk along a historic monument. It's a journey through time, through the lives of those who walked here before you. It's a journey of connection, of understanding how the past shapes the present. It's impossible to ignore the fact that the Great Wall, for all its monumental presence, also represents a certain duality. On one hand, it is a symbol of strength and unity, a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. On the other, it is a reminder of the division and isolation it caused keeping the empire separated from the nomadic tribes to the north and creating a cultural and physical divide that lasted for centuries. The wall, in its own way, speaks to the complexities of human history. It tells the story of an empire that sought to protect its borders and preserve its way of life, but it also speaks to the struggle to define who belongs and who doesn't, who is inside and who is outside. And as you continue along, the wall seems to echo these thoughts, each stone carrying with it the stories of those who built it, who defended it, and who lived in its shadow. The wall is more than just a structure. It's a living, breathing reminder of the past, of the forces that shaped this land and the people who called it home. And it is in this quiet, reflective moment that you begin to understand how much this ancient wall represents not just a physical barrier, but a cultural one, a psychological one, and a historical one. As the evening gives way to night, you pause at one of the many watchtowers along the wall. The structure stands tall and imposing, silhouetted against the darkening sky. The wind is calmer here, and the quiet is almost deafening. You climb the stairs of the tower, feeling the weight of the history in the air as you go. At the top, you look out over the land, and for a moment, it's hard to tell where the wall ends and the landscape begins. The two seem to blend together, as if the wall is not merely a man-made structure, but a part of the earth itself. From here, you can see the vastness of the landscape stretching out before you. The mountains rise and fall in the distance, and the trees below sway gently in the wind. There is no sound but the occasional rustle of leaves, and you feel a sense of stillness settle over you. The quiet of this moment feels almost surreal, as if time itself has slowed, and you are left with the legacy of the past standing tall before you. It's easy to forget, standing here, how much of the wall's history is shrouded in mystery. While we know much about its construction, its builders, and its purpose, there are still so many unanswered questions. How long did it take to build the wall? How many people were involved in its construction? What did the soldiers stationed here think about the wall? Historians still debate many of these questions, but one thing is clear. The wall was a monumental feat, and its legacy continues to shape the way we think about history, about borders, and about the power of human will. As the night deepens, you step away from the watchtower, the stillness of the landscape surrounding you once again. The wall continues to stretch ahead, its stones darkened by the night. The sound of your footsteps seems muted in the quiet, and you feel a sense of connection to this place, as though the wall is not just something you are walking along, but something that is walking with you. The stones beneath your feet are firm and solid, a reminder of the resilience and endurance of this ancient structure. With each step, you think about the stories the wall could tell if it could speak. What would it say about the people who built it, the soldiers who defended it, and the travelers who passed by it? What would it say about the world it once protected and the empires it helped shape? There's a certain mystery to the wall, a certain aura of the unknown. It is both a barrier and a bridge, a symbol of strength and of vulnerability. It is a reminder that even in the face of monumental effort, nothing lasts forever. The forces of time, nature, and history will always have their say. But even as the wall weathers, as the stones slowly erode under the weight of time, it endures. It stands as a monument to the people who built it, the empire it protected, and the idea that sometimes, even when everything else changes, some things remain. The Great Wall of China is a testament to the power of human ambition, to the desire to create something that will stand the test of time. And though the world around it may change, the wall remains quiet, enduring, and timeless. As the hours drift on, the night grows deeper, and the sounds of the world seem to fade away, leaving only the faint whisper of the wind and the occasional rustle of leaves along the wall. The Great Wall of China seems even more imposing in the stillness of the night, its stone surface casting long, shadowy figures across the land. It's as if time itself has slowed, and all that exists is this ancient structure, silently bearing witness to the passage of history. You walk with a sense of reverence, the stone beneath your feet cold and unyielding. It's strange, isn't it? How something so massive can feel so personal, so connected to the land it protects. As you continue your journey along the wall, you begin to realize that it is not just a physical structure, it's a monument to human ambition, a symbol of the lengths we will go to protect what we value. The wall, in all its vastness, was created by the hands of countless individuals, each one contributing to a greater whole. And yet, despite its enormity, the wall speaks to the smallness of human effort in the grand sweep of time. It is a paradox of monumental proportions, built to last forever, yet subject to the same forces that eventually erode everything else. As you walk, you can't help but reflect on the way the wall has evolved in the public imagination. For centuries, it was seen as a symbol of China's military might, an imposing barrier that protected the empire from the northern tribes. But in modern times, the wall has become something more a symbol of resilience, of endurance, and of the timelessness of human achievement. People come from all over the world to walk its length, to see with their own eyes the monument that has stood for over 2,000 years. And yet, in this moment, as you walk its ancient stones alone, you realize that it is not the size of the wall that makes it significant. It is the story it tells. A story of vision, of labor, of sacrifice, and of the desire to leave behind something that will last. Historians continue to debate the wall's role in the development of Chinese civilization. Some argue that it was an essential tool in defending the empire, while others suggest that its symbolic value was far more important than its practical use. Whatever the answer, it is clear that the wall has left an indelible mark on the history of China and on the world. You pause again, allowing the quiet to settle around you. The moon hangs high above, casting a soft, silvery glow over the stones of the wall. The landscape stretches out before you, quiet and peaceful, but you can almost feel the weight of the centuries, the presence of those who built this mighty structure. It's a humbling thought standing in the shadow of something so immense, so enduring. The wall is more than just a historical monument. It is a living testament to the people who created it, the dreams they had, and the world they sought to protect. You stop at one of the many watchtowers along the wall, its silhouettes dark against the dark sky. The tower stands as a sentinel, watching over the land as it has for centuries. You climb to the top, feeling the ancient stones beneath your feet, and as you reach the top, you are greeted with an expansive view of the landscape. The land below seems to stretch on forever, the mountains rising and falling in the distance, while the wall winds its way through the terrain like a great serpentine creature. It's an awe-inspiring sight, and for a moment, it's easy to imagine what it must have been like for the soldiers who once stood guard here, watching the world from this vantage point. There is a stillness here, a quiet that feels almost sacred. The wall is no longer just a structure. It is a piece of history, a bridge between past and present. You feel a deep connection to the land, to the people who once walked here, to the empire that it protected. The wall was not just a barrier. It was a boundary between the known and the unknown, a line drawn in the sand to separate civilization from the wilderness beyond. Historians still debate the true meaning of the wall. Was it an effective defense, or was it more of a psychological barrier meant to instill fear in invaders and reinforce the power of the empire? Some argue that it was an impenetrable fortress, while others believe that its true value was in the message it sent. both to the people within the empire and to those beyond its borders. Whatever the case, the wall's significance lies not just in its physical structure, but in what it represents: a civilization's desire to protect its people, its land, and its culture. The night is now fully upon you, and the moon casts a soft light over the landscape, illuminating the wall's ancient stones. The air is cool and the wind has died down, leaving only the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. You continue walking, feeling the weight of the wall's history pressing in around you. Each step you take brings you closer to a time long past, a time when the wall was not a monument, but a living, breathing part of the empire. As you move further along, you begin to notice how the wall shifts with the landscape. In some places, it follows the natural contours of the land, winding its way through valleys and up steep hills. In other places, it seems almost to defy the land, cutting across the landscape like a jagged scar. The wall, it seems, was built to adapt to the land, to work with it, not against it. And in that, it reflects the very nature of the Chinese empire itself: flexible, yet resilient, always seeking to adapt and survive in an ever-changing world. There's a certain poetry to the wall, isn't there? It's not just a physical barrier, it's a story in stone. A story of labor, sacrifice, and vision. As you walk, you imagine the builders of the wall, their faces etched with the strain of their work, their hands blistered and worn from the heavy labor. You wonder if they knew, even then, the significance of what they were creating. Or were they simply doing their duty, working to protect their families and their land, never realizing that their efforts would leave behind a legacy that would endure for centuries? Some historians suggest that the wall was built as much for the people inside as it was for the empire as a whole. It wasn't just a defense, it was a statement of unity, a way of reinforcing the identity of the people who lived within its borders. The wall was a way of saying, this is who we are, and this is what we stand for. And even today, it serves as a reminder of that identity, a symbol of the strength and determination of the people who built it. You pause to catch your breath, standing on a high section of the wall. The view is breathtaking, the vastness of the landscape stretching before you. The wall winds its way through the hills, disappearing into the distance like a snake of stone, its curves and angles as sharp and imposing as ever. The quiet beauty of the scene is almost overwhelming, as if the wall has become part of the land itself, merging with the earth and sky. As you stand here looking out over the land, you feel a sense of connection to the past. The wall has always been more than just a physical structure. It has been a part of the people's lives, a constant presence in their world. And even now, as you walk along it, you feel the weight of that history settling around you. The wall was not just a monument to defense. It was a testament to the human spirit, to our ability to endure, to adapt, and to survive. But as you stand here, you realize that the wall is also a symbol of something more. It is a reminder that no matter how powerful we become, no matter how grand our achievements, we are always at the mercy of time. The wall, for all its strength, is slowly eroding, its stones weathered by the winds of history. And in that, it is a symbol of the impermanence of all things. The empire that built it is long gone, and the world has changed beyond recognition. And yet, the wall remains, standing as a silent witness to the passage of time. Historians still debate the wall's legacy. Was it an effective defense, or was it a symbol of something more, an assertion of power, a way of separating the empire from the world beyond? Some say it was both, a mixture of practicality and symbolism, while others argue that it was more about the message it sent than the actual defense it provided. Whatever the case, one thing is certain. The Great Wall of China is more than just a physical structure. It is a symbol of human perseverance, of our desire to protect, to preserve, and to leave behind a legacy that will endure long after we are gone. The air is growing colder now, and the crisp chill of the evening is settling in. The moon has climbed higher into the sky, casting long shadows across the wall. The stones beneath your feet feel colder as the night presses in, but there's a strange warmth in this solitude, a quiet peace that seems to echo the ancient purpose of the wall itself. You stand for a moment, watching the landscape stretch out before you, the vast mountains and valleys, the endless sky above, and the wall winding through it all like a timeless sentinel. The night feels infinite, and with it, the wall seems to grow larger, more imposing. It's hard to imagine how something so colossal could have been built by human hands, yet here it stands, an achievement of such monumental scale. You think about the many workers, soldiers, and laborers who gave their lives to build this structure. Their faces may be lost to time, but their work, their efforts, and their sacrifices remain etched in these stones. The wall is not just a physical structure. It is a memorial to them, to the forgotten builders who lived and died here, leaving behind something that would endure long after they were gone. As you walk further, the quiet stillness of the night is broken only by the sound of your footsteps. The wall seems to stretch on forever, a never-ending line of stone and history. It's difficult to truly grasp the sheer scale of it, to comprehend how it has stood the test of time. And yet, despite its size and strength, the wall is also a reminder of the fragility of all things. Even the greatest of human creations will eventually succumb to time, to the elements, to the forces of nature. Historians still debate the wall's true significance. Some argue that it was primarily a symbol of China's military strength, an impenetrable fortress designed to keep out invaders. Others believe it was more of a psychological barrier, a tool to instill fear in the enemy, while simultaneously reassuring the people of China that they were safe within its borders. But perhaps the wall's true significance lies not in its defense, nor its symbolism, but in the simple fact that it was built at all. In a world filled with uncertainty and danger, the people who built the wall believed that they could create something lasting, something that would protect their families, their culture, and their way of life. And in that, the wall is a reflection of the human spirit, our drive to survive, to endure, and to leave behind something that will last. The night grows deeper still, and you find yourself standing at a higher point of the wall. the vastness of the land stretching out before you. The sky above is a deep velvet, the stars scattered across it like diamonds. The silence around you is profound, broken only by the wind rustling through the trees below and the faint whisper of the world beyond. The wall, stretching endlessly before you, feels like a bridge between the past and the present, a living monument to the people who built it and the empire that once relied on it. You pause for a moment to reflect. The wall, for all its size and grandeur, was built for one reason: protection. But protection from what? The nomadic tribes that roamed the northern steppes, the invasions and threats from beyond the borders, or perhaps more abstractly, from the constant uncertainty that permeated the ancient world. In a way, the wall represents not just the desire to defend a territory, but the human need to control the uncontrollable, to assert power over the chaos that lies just beyond our reach. But what do we do when our walls can't hold? The history of the Great Wall is not just a story of triumph, but of inevitable decline. The wall, for all its might, was breached many times. Nomadic tribes learned to bypass it, using their knowledge of the land and its geography to find ways through. And yet, the wall endured, standing tall as a testament to the resilience of the Chinese people. It wasn't perfect, but it was a symbol that said, "We will protect our land, our people, no matter what the cost." Historians still debate whether the wall's legacy is one of success or failure. Was it an impenetrable defense, or a futile attempt to stop the inevitable? Some argue that its true purpose was not to stop invasions, but to serve as a psychological barrier, a symbol of China's strength and unity. Others suggest that it was simply an effort to keep the nomadic tribes at bay for as long as possible, a way to delay the inevitable. Either way, the wall's lasting presence speaks to the determination of the people who built it, to the lengths they were willing to go to protect their land and their way of life. As you continue along the wall, you can't help but feel the weight of its history. It's not just the size or the age of the wall that makes it remarkable, but the stories it holds, the stories of the people who built it, the soldiers who stood guard, and the empire that it protected. The wall stands as a reminder of the strength of human ambition, of our desire to protect what we love, and our need to leave something behind that will endure. The stars above you are now surrounded by a faint mist, the air growing thicker with the chill of the night. You pull your jacket tighter around you and continue along the wall, feeling the smooth stones beneath your hands. The wind has died down, leaving only the soft rustling of leaves in the distance. As you walk, the wall seems to grow more and more mysterious, its endless stretches of stone winding through the landscape, fading into the night. The wall, in this moment, feels both infinite and intimate, an ancient structure, vast and far-reaching, but at the same time deeply personal, a symbol of human effort, sacrifice, and legacy. As you walk, you notice that the wall isn't just a singular entity. It's a mosaic of history made up of many different layers and periods of construction, each one telling its own story. The original sections of the wall, built by the early dynasties, are simpler, less refined, made from earth and wood. But as the centuries passed, the wall evolved. The Ming Dynasty, known for its great strength and military might, added the towering stone sections we see today, complete with watchtowers and fortified gates. The wall, in many ways, reflects the changing needs of the empire, adapting to the times as the world around it shifted. It's hard to imagine the scale of the labor that went into building the wall. The workers, many of whom were peasants pressed into service, worked tirelessly under difficult conditions, carving the stone, digging trenches, and carrying materials up the steep slopes of the mountains. The wall was not built by a single hand, but by thousands of hands, each one contributing to the greater whole. And while the names of these workers have been lost to history, their legacy lives on in the wall itself. They are the forgotten architects of this monumental structure, the silent creators of a symbol that would endure for millennia. Historians still debate how the wall's construction was organized. Was it a coordinated effort under the emperor's direct command, or was it a series of independent projects, each dynasty adding its own section to the wall? Some argue that the labor was forced, with workers conscripted into service, while others believe that the wall was built in part by voluntary labor, with peasants hoping to gain favor with the emperor. What is clear, however, is that the wall was a massive undertaking, one that required the efforts of countless individuals, working together to create something that would stand for centuries. The night is now fully upon you, and the wall, bathed in moonlight, seems almost ethereal, its ancient stones glowing faintly in the soft light. The landscape before you is quiet, peaceful, and you pause once more to take in the scene. There is something timeless about this place, something that feels eternal. The Great Wall, though weathered by time and the elements, still stands tall, its purpose no longer one of defense, but a reminder of what was. Standing here on these ancient stones, you're reminded of how fragile our sense of permanence really is. The wall was built to last, but even the most enduring structures are not immune to the forces of time. The landscape has changed, the world has changed, and the empire that built the wall has long since faded into history. And yet, the wall remains. It is a testament to human ambition, to our desire to leave something behind that will outlast us. As you walk along the wall, you think about the soldiers who once stood here, watching over the empire, guarding its borders against threats from beyond. What were their lives like? What did they think as they stood here, day after day, looking out over the vast land? Were they proud of their role in protecting the empire? Or were they simply doing their duty, unaware of the legacy they were leaving behind? And as you walk further along, you begin to realize that the wall is more than just a structure, it is a story. A story of people, of ambition, of sacrifice, and of resilience. It is a story that has been told and retold for centuries, and one that will continue to be told for generations to come. The night has deepened even further, and the sky is now a blanket of black, with the stars casting their quiet light over the wall. The stone beneath your feet feels cold, unyielding, as if it has been here forever, and you realize that, in a way, it has. The Great Wall, built by the hands of countless workers, soldiers, and emperors, has withstood centuries of wear and tear, its purpose once vital to the empire, now purely symbolic. And yet, despite the changing world around it, the wall remains a silent witness to history, standing firm as the world continues to move on. You pause for a moment, taking in the view, the vast landscape stretching out before you. The mountains, rolling hills, and valleys seem to dissolve into the darkness, as if they are all part of the same endless cycle of time. And you can't help but think about how the wall, like the landscape around it, has become a part of the earth itself. It is no longer just a man-made structure. It has become intertwined with the very land it once sought to protect. The wall is a strange, paradoxical thing. On one hand, it was built to defend and protect the people of China, to keep invaders at bay. On the other, it created a boundary, a separation between the empire and the outside world. And yet, as you stand here now, walking along this ancient structure, you can't help but feel that the wall is both a product of the past and a reflection of the present. It stands as a testament to the resilience of the people who built it, but also as a reminder that the world is always changing, always shifting. In many ways, the Great Wall is a metaphor for the human experience. We build, we protect, we strive for something that will last beyond our time, and yet we know that nothing is truly permanent. The wall, for all its might and grandeur, will eventually crumble, just as all things do. But in its time, it stood as a powerful symbol of human determination, of our desire to protect what we hold dear, and of our need to leave something behind that will endure. Historians continue to debate the wall's true purpose. Was it an impenetrable fortress, a symbol of China's military might, or something more? Some argue that it was primarily a psychological barrier, a way to instill fear in invaders and create a sense of security within the empire. Others believe that it was a practical defense, a physical boundary that kept out the nomadic tribes to the north. But no matter what its true purpose was, one thing is clear. The wall is a monument to human effort, to the vision and labor of the people who built it. The cold has settled in now, and you pull your coat tighter around you as you continue along the wall. The night has become still and quiet, with only the faint sound of wind rustling through the trees and the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. The wall seems to stretch on forever, its form winding through the mountains and valleys, disappearing into the darkness. And yet, as you walk, you realize that the wall is not just a physical structure, it is a journey, a passage through time. You stop at a small section of the wall, where the stones are smoother and more weathered, as if they've borne the weight of centuries of history. You run your fingers over the surface, feeling the grooves and indentations left by the hands of those who built it. These stones have seen so much wars, peace, triumphs, and tragedies, and yet they remain, holding the stories of the past within them. It's a strange feeling, knowing that the very stones you touch have been part of something so much larger than yourself, something that has withstood the test of time. You begin to think about the people who built the wall, the workers, The soldiers, the emperors, each one contributing to the construction of this monumental structure. Some were conscripted into service, others volunteered, but all of them shared one common goal: to protect the empire and ensure its survival. The Great Wall wasn't just a military project. It was a project that required the labor of thousands of people, each one playing their part in something far greater than themselves. Historians still debate the exact nature of the labor that went into building the wall. Some suggest that it was primarily the work of soldiers and prisoners, while others argue that it was built by peasants pressed into service. Regardless of who built it, one thing is certain: the wall was not constructed overnight. It was a long and arduous process, taking centuries to complete, with each dynasty adding its own section to the wall. What we see today is not a single, unified structure, but a collection of walls built over time, each one reflecting the different needs and desires of the empire. The night has become colder still, and you wrap your arms around yourself as you continue walking along the wall. The moon is now a pale sliver in the sky, casting a soft light over the stones. You can see the path ahead, winding through the landscape, and it almost feels like you're walking along a ribbon of history, a thread that connects the past to the present. With each step, you're retracing the footsteps of countless others who have walked this same path before you, their stories now lost to time, but their presence still felt in the stones beneath your feet. You think about how the wall must have looked in its prime, when it was a vibrant, bustling structure, full of life. Soldiers stood guard, messengers rushed along its length, and the people of China looked to the wall as a symbol of strength and protection. The wall was not just a defense. It was a lifeline, a tangible representation of the empire's power. For the people who lived along its length, it was a constant presence in their lives, a reminder of the empire's reach and authority. And yet now, as you walk here in the quiet of the night, the wall feels different. It has become a monument to the past, a relic of a bygone era. The empire it once protected has changed. The world has changed, and the wall, once a living, breathing part of the landscape, now seems to exist in a state of quiet solitude. It's as if the wall, for all its grandeur, is now merely a shadow of what it once was, a silent reminder of the empire's former might and the fleeting nature of power. Historians still debate the wall's ultimate significance. Was it a great defense or a symbol of China's power? Was it meant to protect the empire from external threats, or was it a tool for maintaining internal control? Some argue that the wall's true value was symbolic, a physical manifestation of the empire's strength and unity, while others believe that it was a practical solution to the dangers posed by the nomadic tribes to the north. Whatever the answer, the wall remains a testament to human ambition and the desire to create something that will stand the test of time. The air is growing colder, and you feel the chill creeping into your bones as the wind picks up again, carrying with it the scent of the mountain pines. You pause for a moment, wrapping your arms tightly around yourself as you look out over the landscape. The wall stretches before you, its stones dark against the backdrop of the night. disappearing into the distance. The world feels vast, and the wall feels like a thread that runs through it, connecting the past to the present. As you walk, the quiet of the night becomes more pronounced, and you find yourself lost in thought. The wall, for all its size and grandeur, was never just a physical structure. It was a symbol of the empire's power, its reach, and its ability to control its borders. But it was also a symbol of the people who built it, their hopes, their fears, and their determination to protect their land and their way of life. The wall was built by countless individuals, each one contributing to something greater than themselves, and it stands as a testament to their efforts, to their belief that they could create something that would last. And yet, even as you think about the significance of the wall, you realize that its meaning is not as simple as it seems. The wall was not just a defense, it was also a boundary. It separated the settled world of China from the wild, untamed lands beyond. It was a way of drawing a line in the sand, of defining who was inside and who was outside. The wall, in many ways, represents the tension between civilization and the wilderness, between order and chaos. Historians still debate the true purpose of the wall. Was it a military defense, or was it a psychological barrier designed to instill fear and reinforce the empire's power? Was it a tool of control, or was it a way to protect the people from the dangers beyond? Whatever its true purpose was, the wall remains an enduring symbol of human perseverance, of our ability to create something that will stand the test of time, and of the complex relationship between the civilized world and the untamed frontier beyond. The night has fully settled in now, and the wind picks up once again, the chill in the air a stark contrast to the warmth of the stones beneath your feet. The great wall stands ahead of you, its ancient stones glowing faintly under the silver light of the moon. You walk slowly, the path beneath your feet becoming more familiar, more intimate with each step. The night, though quiet and still, feels full of life, as if the wall is alive, breathing the same air that you are, its history and legacy entwining with your thoughts. As you walk along, you reflect on the purpose of the wall, not just as a defense, but as a symbol of the Chinese people's collective effort. This massive structure, built over centuries, wasn't the work of one emperor, one dynasty, or one generation. It was the result of countless hands, each adding their own contribution, from the laborers who laid the stone to the soldiers who defended it. The wall was, in many ways, a reflection of the empire itself, ever expanding, ever changing, yet fundamentally grounded in its purpose: to protect the land and people within its borders. The wall was not just a military fortification, it was a psychological barrier. It was a reminder to the people of China that they were protected, that the empire was strong and capable of defending its borders. But it also served as a message to the outside world. It said, "This is China's land, and no one is allowed to cross." The wall was a line in the sand, a permanent boundary drawn by stone, marking the edge of the known world and the vast wilderness beyond. It's strange, though, that such a grand structure could have such a simple purpose. The wall, for all its size and scope, was built to keep out invaders, to protect the empire from threats. But even as it stood tall and proud, it was never perfect. Nomadic tribes from the north, such as the Mongols, were able to breach it, often bypassing sections of the wall or finding ways to scale it. Historians still debate how effective the wall was in its original purpose. Some argue that it was more symbolic than practical, an impressive feat of engineering that showed the world the strength of the Chinese Empire. Others believe it was a vital defense, one that helped protect China for centuries. But regardless of its effectiveness, one thing is certain: the wall stands as a testament to the ambition, determination, and resilience of those who built it. The people who worked on the wall did so out of necessity, but also out of a belief in something greater than themselves. They built something that would last, something that would endure the test of time. And in many ways, they succeeded. The wall is still here, still standing, still a part of the landscape that it was built to protect. As you walk further along the wall, you notice the stones have changed in texture. Some are darker, others lighter. The unevenness of the surface is worn down by centuries of footsteps. You run your hand along one of the stones and can't help but marvel at how the wall, though weathered and eroded, still holds its shape. It's almost as if the stones have absorbed the energy of the countless people who have passed by, the laborers, the soldiers, the travelers, all leaving their mark in one way or another. The path before you continues to wind its way through the rugged terrain, stretching across valleys and climbing up hills, its course carved out by nature and human hands alike. The landscape has a quiet, timeless beauty to it, rugged yet serene, harsh yet peaceful. You feel as though the wall and the land have become one, inseparable, each contributing to the other's existence. You stop for a moment, standing atop a small rise. The view is breathtaking, the land stretching far beyond the wall, a patchwork of fields, mountains, and forests, all bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. The scene feels ancient, almost as though you've stepped back in time to a world that existed long before the modern age. The quiet beauty of it all is overwhelming, and you can't help but wonder what the soldiers who once guarded this very stretch of the wall must have felt as they gazed out over this same land, watching for any signs of danger. But for all the beauty of the landscape, there is also an underlying sense of isolation. The wall, for all its grandeur, was a barrier, a line that separated one world from another. It was a boundary between the empire and the unknown, a physical manifestation of the empire's desire to control its own destiny. And in that sense, the wall wasn't just a military fortification, it was a statement, a declaration of the empire's power and its determination to protect its people from external threats. The question remains, however, was the wall ultimately a success? Historians still debate its effectiveness as a defense mechanism. Some believe that the wall's sheer size and scope were enough to deter invaders, while others argue that it was more of a psychological deterrent, a tool for creating a sense of security. What is clear, however, is that the wall had a profound impact on the course of Chinese history. It influenced the development of the empire, its culture, and its relationships with the world beyond. The landscape stretches out before you like an endless tapestry, a vast expanse of mountains, hills, and valleys. It's easy to imagine what the world must have looked like to the people who built the wall. The land was untamed, wild, and full of threats from beyond the borders. The nomadic tribes to the north were a constant danger, and the wall was built to protect the empire from these threats. But even as you stand here, looking out over this vast, quiet landscape, you begin to realize that the wall was as much a symbol of division as it was a symbol of defense. The wall didn't just keep invaders out, it also kept the people of China isolated from the outside world. It created a barrier between the civilized world within the wall and the untamed wilderness beyond. And in that sense, the wall was not just a military structure, it was a cultural and psychological boundary. It reinforced the idea of what was inside and what was outside, shaping the way the people of China saw themselves and the world around them. Historians still debate whether this isolation was ultimately beneficial or harmful to China. On one hand, the wall helped protect the empire from external threats, allowing it to flourish and grow. On the other hand, it created a sense of separation, limiting China's ability to engage with the outside world. The wall, for all its power and grandeur, was also a reminder of the limitations of human control, a reminder that even the greatest of walls can be breached, and even the most powerful of empires will eventually fall. As the cold of the night begins to seep deeper into the stone beneath your feet, you find yourself nearing the end of your journey along the wall. The landscape is now bathed in the soft, muted light of the stars, and the wall, stretching before you, feels as eternal as the land itself. The quiet beauty of the scene is overwhelming, and you pause for a moment to take it all in, feeling the weight of history pressing down on you. You think back to the soldiers who once stood guard here, watching over the empire, keeping it safe from the threats beyond. What were their lives like? What did they see as they gazed out over the land, day after day, watching for any signs of danger? What did they think about the wall itself? Did they see it as a necessary defense? Or did they view it as a burden, a constant reminder of the empire's struggle for control? And what about the workers who built the wall, who spent years, even decades, constructing this monumental structure? What drove them to toil in such harsh conditions, knowing that their work would outlast them, that their contributions would be remembered only by the stones they left behind? Were they proud of what they had built, or did they simply see it as another task to be completed, another part of their duty? As you walk along the wall, the answers to these questions seem elusive, like whispers carried away by the wind. But in that, perhaps, lies the beauty of the wall. It is not just a physical structure, it is a story. A story of ambition, of fear, of sacrifice, and of survival. And though we may never know all the details of that story, we can still appreciate the fact that the wall stands as a testament to the people who built it, to their vision, their determination, and their will to endure. The stars seem even brighter tonight, a sharp contrast to the darkness that surrounds you. The wind is still, and the air is cool but refreshing, carrying the scent of pine and earth. You take another step along the Great Wall, its ancient stones as firm as ever beneath your feet. The quiet of the night amplifies every sound, the soft rustle of your coat, the echo of your footsteps against the rugged stones, the faint hum of history that seems to vibrate through the very air. You pause once more, looking out over the landscape. The world seems at peace, the sprawling hills and valleys stretching far beyond the wall, swallowed by the night. But as you stand here, gazing at the horizon, you realize that the wall is not just a structure. It's a reflection of an entire era, a time when empires rose and fell, when borders were drawn not by treaties or technology, but by stone and blood. It's strange to think of how the wall, which once separated China from the unknown wilderness beyond, is now a part of the landscape, an enduring monument to a past that no longer exists. The people who built it are long gone, their names erased by the passage of time, but their legacy lives on in these stones. The wall stands as a reminder of the power of human ambition and the desire to create something that will outlast us. You can't help but wonder how the builders of the wall felt as they laid each stone. Were they aware of the magnitude of the project they were a part of? Did they ever think that their work would endure for centuries, standing as a testament to their effort and sacrifice? Perhaps they simply did what they had to do, constructed a wall to protect their people and their way of life. But in that effort, they created something more, a symbol of resilience, of determination, and of the power of human will. As you continue walking, the wall stretches before you, an endless ribbon of stone winding through the mountains. The landscape is serene now, the quiet stillness a stark contrast to the once vibrant life that must have filled these watchtowers and battlements. Soldiers would have stood guard, their eyes trained on the horizon, watching for any signs of danger. The wall, in those days, was not just a passive structure, it was a living, breathing part of the empire's defense, a physical barrier between China and the wild, untamed world beyond. But now, as the world has changed, the wall has become a monument. Its purpose has shifted from defense to preservation, from protection to remembrance. It stands as a symbol, not of military might, but of the will of a civilization that believed in its ability to endure. And as you walk along it now, you realize that the wall, in many ways, is a story of vision, labor, sacrifice, and triumph. The night is now quiet, the air cool and still. The moon casts its silvery light over the wall, and you feel the weight of the history surrounding you, thousands of years, all compressed into the stones beneath your feet. You pause at a higher point, gazing out at the vast landscape that stretches out before you. The hills and valleys, the mountains in the distance, all seem to be part of a larger, timeless pattern. The wall, winding its way through this ancient land, feels like a natural extension of the earth itself, as if it has always been here, embedded in the landscape like the mountains it traverses. The silence is deep, and you realize how rare that is. In the world we live in today, silence is often fleeting, replaced by noise and distractions. But here, in this quiet place, time seems to stretch out, and you feel connected to the past in a way that's almost tangible. The wall, though crumbling in places, still stands tall, a symbol of the endurance of the people who built it. The workers, the soldiers, the emperors, all of them left their mark here, their contributions etched into the stone, their stories written in the very fabric of the wall. It's humbling to think that the wall was once not just a structure, but a living, breathing entity, an integral part of the lives of those who built and defended it. They must have walked along these paths, just as you are now, looking out over the land, wondering if their efforts would truly make a difference. It's hard to imagine, standing here now, that the world they knew was so different from the one you see before you. And yet, the wall has outlasted them all. The empire that built it has long since crumbled, and the world has changed in ways they could never have predicted. But the wall remains. It has stood the test of time, weathering the elements, surviving wars, and enduring the passage of centuries. It is a reminder that even the greatest civilizations are not invincible, that time moves on, and nothing lasts forever. But the wall, in all its grandeur and imperfection, remains a symbol of what we can create when we work together, when we believe in something greater than ourselves. You can't help but feel a sense of awe as you stand here, looking out over the land. The wall, once a boundary, is now a link between the past and the present, between the people who built it and the world that now walks its length. It's a reminder that history is not just something that happens in books or museums. It's something that is alive, something that we can feel and touch, something that shapes who we are. The stars are now so bright that they seem to light up the night sky, casting their soft glow over the landscape. The wall, bathed in moonlight, stands as a quiet sentinel, its presence dominating the horizon. You continue walking, feeling the weight of the history around you. With each step, you can feel the energy of those who built the wall, those nameless laborers, soldiers, and workers who spent their lives constructing this monument to survival, to protection, to pride. You think about the sheer scale of the wall, how it stretches across mountains and valleys, how it spans thousands of miles. It wasn't just a defense, it was a statement. A statement to the world that China was strong, that it was capable of protecting its borders and its people. But it was also a statement about human nature, that we are capable of creating something lasting, something that will outlast us, something that will stand the test of time. And yet, as you walk along it now, the wall no longer seems like a structure of defense. It is a structure of memory, a monument to a time that has passed. It is no longer a wall that separates, but one that connects. It connects you to the people who built it, to the soldiers who stood guard, and to the emperors who commanded its construction. It is a thread that links you to the past. A reminder that history is not just something that happens in books or classrooms, but something that is still very much alive. Historians still debate the true meaning of the wall. Was it a military structure designed to protect the empire? Or was it a psychological barrier, a way to instill fear in the enemies of China? Some believe it was both. Some argue that the wall was more about the message it sent than its actual effectiveness as a defense mechanism. But in the end, what remains is the wall itself, standing as a symbol of human ambition, resilience, and the desire to leave something behind that will endure. As the night wears on, you continue walking along the wall, the landscape around you growing quieter still. The stars above are like diamonds, sparkling in the deep, dark sky. The air has grown colder, but the peacefulness of the moment is soothing, like the calm before the storm. The Great Wall, with its ancient stones, seems to pulse with the history it holds, the stories, the triumphs and the struggles of those who built it. You pause for a moment, letting the silence wash over you. The wall is more than just a physical structure, it is a story of ambition, of resilience, of people who sought to protect what they held dear. The Great Wall is a testament to the human spirit, a reminder that we are capable of achieving greatness, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. And though the empire that built the wall is gone, the wall itself remains, a silent witness to the passage of time. As you stand there under the quiet stars, you can almost hear the whispers of those who came before you. The soldiers, the workers, the builders, they are all here, in the stones beneath your feet, in the air that surrounds you. Their legacy is etched into the very fabric of the wall, and as you walk along it, you are walking through history, connecting with those who came before you, understanding perhaps what it means to create something that will last. Historians will continue to debate the meaning of the Great Wall, but in the end, it is the wall itself that speaks. It is the wall that stands as a monument to human effort, to the power of determination, and to the legacy that we leave behind. It is a reminder that the things we build, no matter how small or large, can leave a mark on the world. And perhaps in that mark we can find meaning. The night feels colder now, and the wind has picked up again, carrying a sharpness that cuts through the stillness of the landscape. But despite the chill, there is a certain serenity in the air, a quiet peace that comes with walking along such an ancient and timeless structure. The Great Wall of China, stretching endlessly before you, seems both familiar and foreign at the same time. It's a symbol of the past, a monument to history, but it also feels very present, very much alive in the quiet of the night. As you continue walking, you reflect on the wall's ability to endure, not just physically but symbolically. It stands as a reminder of the people who built it, the civilizations that rose and fell around it, and the generations of soldiers, workers, and emperors who left their mark on it. The Great Wall is more than just a structure. It's a cultural artifact, a living testament to human ambition, perseverance, and the desire to create something that will outlast us. The stones you walk upon have witnessed countless moments in history, and though they are worn and weathered by time, they remain quiet, steadfast, and enduring. The wall was originally built to protect China from external threats, particularly the nomadic tribes from the north. It was a practical solution to a real problem, designed to safeguard the empire's borders and keep the people inside safe. And yet, over time, the wall's purpose shifted from a defensive structure to a symbol of China's strength and unity. It became a marker of civilization, a physical boundary that defined the empire's reach, its power, and its identity. The wall wasn't just a military structure, it was a cultural boundary, a line that separated the known from the unknown, the civilized from the untamed. Historians still debate the wall's ultimate purpose. Was it an effective defense mechanism, or was it more of a psychological tool? A way to instill fear in the nomadic tribes and create a sense of security for the people inside? Some argue that it was both a physical barrier and a symbol of strength. Others believe that the wall was ultimately more about perception than practical defense, a way for the emperors to project power and control. Whatever the answer, one thing is certain. The Great Wall is a legacy, a symbol of the enduring human spirit and our drive to protect what we hold dear. The moon is high in the sky now, casting a soft glow over the stones of the wall, which seem to shimmer in the light. The land below is quiet, the valleys and mountains stretching out into the distance like an ancient tapestry woven together by time and nature. You pause once more to take in the view, feeling a sense of peace settle over you. It's strange how the wall, which once served as a symbol of division, now feels like a bridge between the past and the present, between you and the people who built it. You think about the laborers, the soldiers, the workers who lived along the wall, who dedicated their lives to building and defending it. They were a part of something much larger than themselves, something that transcended their individual lives. The Great Wall was not just a defense, it was a way of life. It represented the empire's strength, but it also represented the strength of the people who built it. Their effort, their sacrifice, their determination to create something lasting, that was what gave the wall its true power. It's easy to think of the wall as simply a monument, a relic of the past. But as you walk along its length, you realize that it's more than that. It's a story, a living narrative that has unfolded over centuries. The wall tells the story of a people who fought to protect their land, who sought to preserve their culture, who believed in the importance of defense, identity, and legacy. And now, standing here in the quiet of the night, you are a part of that story. Historians debate the true significance of the Great Wall. Was it a triumph of human ingenuity? Or was it a symbol of isolation, a physical barrier that separated the empire from the world beyond? Some argue that the wall was necessary to defend China from external threats, while others believe that it ultimately created a divide between China and the outside world. Whatever the interpretation, the wall is an enduring symbol, a reminder of the power of human determination and the lengths we are willing to go to protect what we hold dear. The cold has deepened, but the peace remains, and you feel a deep sense of calm as you continue your journey along the wall. The landscape stretches out before you, endless and serene, the stones of the wall winding through the hills and valleys, a constant reminder of the past. You think about how, for centuries, this place was full of life, full of soldiers keeping watch. laborers working tirelessly to build, and travelers passing through, each leaving behind a small piece of their own history. The wall was never just a military fortification, it was a living part of the empire. Its pulse felt in every stone, every watchtower, every guard post. It represented the empire's strength, its unity, and its resolve. It was a symbol of China's determination to defend its borders and protect its people. And yet, even in its grandeur, the wall also represents the complexities of civilization, the struggle to balance defense with connection, isolation with integration. As you stand at the edge of the wall, looking out over the land, you realize that its legacy is more than just about defense. The Great Wall is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of the power of human ambition, of our desire to leave behind something that will endure. It is a testament to the efforts of those who built it, the sacrifices they made, and the vision they had for the future. And though the wall may one day crumble, its story will live on, carried by the winds that have whispered through its stones for centuries. The world has changed, and the empire that built the wall has long since faded, but the wall itself remains. It is a monument to the past, a legacy of those who came before us. And as you walk along it now, you can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the reminder it offers. A reminder that we too have the ability to leave a mark on history, to create something lasting, something that will endure. As you stand here gazing out over the landscape, you feel a gentle wind blow through the trees. It's the same wind that has swept over the wall for centuries, carrying with it the whispers of the past. And in that wind, you hear the stories of those who built the wall, of those who defended it, and of the empire that once relied on it. The wall is more than just a structure, it is a living testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. With that, we reach the end of this journey along the Great Wall. I hope you have enjoyed this slow and reflective walk through time, and that you carry with you a sense of connection to the past, to the people who built it, and to the legacy they left behind. May the quiet peace of the wall stay with you as you drift into a peaceful sleep, and may you hear, as you rest, the soft whisper of the wind through the stones, carrying with it the ancient stories of the Great Wall of China. Good night, and sleep well, with the gentle sound of the world's breath around you.